President Castellanos, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and start the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the September 18th, 2024 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 5:03 p.m. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee Pritchett is currently absent. Trustee Henachek.
Here.
Trustee Parham.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here. Before the board recesses to closed session, Ms. Hayes, is there anyone that would like to speak on a closed session item? Okay. The board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items. A, student readmission 1 case. B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation 1 case. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation 1 case. Conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, CUMA, unrepresented employees. E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation 6 cases. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, significant exposure litigation 2 cases. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release 1 case. The board will now recess to closed session. Thank you.
President Castellanos, the live stream is now in progress, so you may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the September 18th, 2024 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 7:03. On behalf of the board, I'd like to introduce and welcome Catherine Verando. Catherine is our new student board member for the 24-25 school year. She is a senior at Aliso Niguel High School. Welcome, Catherine. We will probably hear from her later, so welcome, Catherine. Please note that the exhibit for agenda item 15C, agreements and bids, has been revised. The district's board agenda webpage has been updated and copies are in the back of the room. Please note we also have Spanish interpreters for this evening's board meeting, and they're also available in the back of the room. Oral communications is an opportunity for the public to comment on issues that are not on tonight's agenda. Per board policy, the total time allotted for oral communications is 20 minutes with a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. The per speaker time may be less if there are a large number of speakers. Speaker cards for oral communications will be accepted until oral communications portion of the meeting begins. If we have students registered to speak this evening on any agenda item, we will hear them before any adult speaker. And last but not least, of course, the purpose of a school or school district is to teach. In addition to typical academic subjects, we want to teach young people appropriate behavior and respect for all points of view. Our students are watching and listening to us tonight. We appreciate your support tonight in modeling respectful behavior and productive public discourse for our students and our community. So with that, Ms. Hayes, will you please call the roll?
Student Board Member Verando.
Here.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee Pritchard.
Present.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Parham.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here. Okay, all right. Tonight, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by, would you like to lead our Pledge of Allegiance, our new student board member? Okay, awesome, thank you.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, may I have a motion to adopt the agenda tonight?
Moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Davis, seconded by trustee Parham. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Verando.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye, motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote to adopt the agenda with a preferential vote of aye from student board member Verando. Okay, Ms. Hayes, please read the report out from closed session.
On agenda item 3A, student readmission, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following case. Case number 2023014. On agenda item 3B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3D, conference with labor negotiators, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation. On agenda items E1 through E6, trustees voted 7-0 to approve the following cases. These are all ADR cases. Case number 20240725, 20240801, 20240802, 20240806. Case number 20240822, and case number 20240823. On agenda items F1 through F2, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. OAH case number 2024040522, OAH case number 2024071036. On agenda item 3G, public employee discipline dismissal release, Trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following case. Resolution number 242505C. And that concludes my report.
Okay, at this time, thank you. Dr. Chris Brown, Superintendent.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the September 18th meeting for the CUSD Board of Trustees. So we've been in school for a month now, and actually I've been fortunate this month to visit 31 sites, and I've been there for back to school nights, classroom visits, morning assemblies, athletic events, and it's been great to see so many parents and community members and trustees out at our events. In fact, at a lot of our back to school nights in the classrooms, it was standing room only. So to see that many people come out to support their teachers and to hear from their teachers about what's in store for the year for their student, it's really heartening to get that start to the year and feel good. I've had an opportunity to meet with all of our PTA leaders and volunteers, as well as many of our employees and administrators here at the district office. In fact, if you show up most days of the week, you'll notice it's hard to find parking because we jump in full speed when we start, and there's trainings going on pretty much every day here. And with that said, I wanted to focus on one thing. One of the things that's nice to start up as we start the school year is communication between the sites and the families. And we have a lot of tools to engage families. You've seen them, folders that go home in backpacks, electronic newsletters, weekly emails from your principal, phone calls that are left on your voicemail, text messages, Zoom meetings, face-to-face meetings, et cetera. But there's one tool that I want to highlight that our schools have started using, and I wanted to share a little bit of data tonight so you can see the sort of volume of communication that happens. So a couple years ago, the district piloted a program called Talking Points at our schools, and they've been fully implementing Talking Points over the last few years. Talking Points is nice because it takes an email or a text message and it communicates that between the school and the family, but it also does it in the language of the family. So teacher can type the text in English, but it'll translate into Spanish if that's the home language of the family. And more importantly, the family can respond to that text in Spanish and it'll translate it right back to English. In fact, it'll do it in Farsi, Russian, and the 26 other languages that we actually have spoken in our homes. And a little bit of statistics on how well it's going. We have a few schools I wanted to share with you. Last year, San Juan Elementary School sent 16,423 messages using talking points from the school and the staff to the families. Marco Forster Middle School sent 12,914 messages, and Hidden Hills sent 7,300 messages. But it's not one way. San Juan Elementary families sent 19,000 messages back to the school and teachers. That's over 100 a day. 13,000 messages from the Marco Forster Middle School families and 8,000 messages from the families at Hidden Hills. So it's a lot of communication that's happening between our sites and our teachers and our classrooms and their families. And while talking points would never replace or be better than a phone call or a face-to-face meeting, which we definitely encourage, it's just one more tool, right? One more way for a family that's busy to be able to get in contact with their teacher if they don't have time to make a phone call, if they don't have time to get into that classroom, which we, of course, encourage them to do. So it's important, and it's just one way that we're trying to help. And so that concludes my remarks for this evening.
Okay, trustees, trustee Hanicek.
Thank you, President Castellanos. As you and Trustee Parham and I have touched on, and in deference to our CUA members here this evening, I would like Superintendent, if you can, to give us an update on the Summer Saver plan. We've had this before, but I'm interested in seeing if there's been changes, what our other school districts engage in, how they do it. I know that there is some type of January date out there for them. So I'd really appreciate an update on what that looks like, how that impacts, and for folks to understand, we have many employees that are on a 9-month schedule, which is unique. And unless you can be a lifeguard or something for those extra 3 months in the summer. So I'd appreciate that if we could maybe have an update on that. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Staff will prepare an update. Yes, staff will prepare an update.
Okay, trustee Jones.
So a few months ago, there was a couple of parents who asked about certain bills before the Senate before the Senate. One of them was SB 1504, which was cyberbullying protection. This passed unanimously in both houses, and it was supported by the California School Boards Association. I believe it is now on the governor's desk. If you're interested in that in particular, you might want to contact the governor and encourage him to sign it. The other was SB 1414, making child trafficking a felony. That also unanimously passed both houses. And again, you might contact the governor about that if it interests you. But I also wanted to talk about something that is on the agenda tonight. I think it is, though, on consent, which is new classes that will be offered in a partnership with Saddleback College. So these are classes that you can take on one of our high school campuses, but you get Saddleback credit for it. Just want to mention a few of them: automotive fundamentals, social media marketing, workplace success skills, introduction to environmental studies, introduction to business, introduction to sociology, intermediate conversational Spanish, and programming with Python. I really want to thank the staff for working with Saddleback College on that, because I think these are classes that a lot of our students will enjoy taking, and not having to even go to Saddleback College to take them, to be taking them right on our own campuses, sometimes with Saddleback instructors, sometimes with our instructors, but getting college credit for them. Thank you.
Okay, any other trustees? Trustee Davis?
Hi, happy September. In 2004, Congress passed legislation establishing Constitution and Citizenship Day, a federal holiday commemorating the ratification of the United States Constitution on September 17th, 1787. Constitution Day commemorates the moment in 1789 when the delegates to the Constitutional Convention, the framers, signed the document they had spent 4 months drafting. When I taught 5th grade, we studied and memorized the preamble, the Gettysburg Address, and other important U.S. documents. I remember when my student Eric Blaze, a somewhat shy, kind, sweet, darling young man, came running into school, prepared to recite by memory the Gettysburg Address, because the first to have that memorized and share that was able to go to lunch with me. We went to Sizzler and had Malibu chicken. Cherie Schaefer was the first to memorize the preamble. She's now a corporal and canine handler for the Ontario Police Department. The preamble to the Constitution states, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." Those words are as important, if not more important, today. As Americans, we all have freedoms, and they should never be taken for granted. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Bolkus?
Good evening. I just wanted to alert you to a couple of fun events that are coming up. For those of you who have young ones, it's especially a popular day for elementary school students. It's National Walk to School Day, and that's coming up. Now, I did notice that some of the elementary schools are celebrating it on different days. Bathgate, for example, is on October 2nd, and Castile is October 9th, but you may want to check in with your elementary school if you've got a young one. It's a great time, and they do a lot of incentives to get the kids out of the cars and walking, if not all the way, part of the way to school. And then I also wanted to share that this Sunday, Harbor Point Church is going to be doing more work at San Juan Elementary School. And it's just wonderful when we have community members, churches, and we've had businesses sponsoring. And so they are getting an uplift to their playground. And I'm going to take a look on Sunday there, because then in the city of Mission Viejo on October 12th, there is a brand new movement, we call it. It's called Love Mission Viejo. And the cities of Costa Mesa, Irvine, and Newport have done this. It's a day of volunteerism. And so on October 12th, if you go to lovemissionviejo.org, you can sign up as volunteers and donate your time. We're going to be painting some of our kinder area and the USA map at Riley Elementary School, and Newhart is going to have some freshening up in their garden, and the various schools have projects. And so it's a great way to get our students also engaged in giving back. And it's a great way to be out there in the community. And there's all kinds of other additional projects. So that's on October 12th. And then I want to leave you with, it's a little early, but I'm going to remind you again, Beach Blitz robotics competition is back at Capo Valley High School. And that is the first weekend in November, November 1st through the 3rd. We have 36 teams coming and as far away as Hawaii. We also have for the younger, the FRC and the FTC will be there, that the young ones play and build with Lego. And it's really a great event, and it's all a part of our STEM program with the kids. And if you want to come by and see what it's all about, it's a great event. And so that's going to be our 3rd annual here in CUSD. And those are my comments for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Student Board Member Verando, do you have comments this evening?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Catherine Verando, and I'm honored to serve as the student board member to the Board of Trustees for the 2024-25 school year. Thank you to the board for this opportunity. I look forward to learning from your expertise and gaining insights into the important work that you all do. As I step into this role, I am committed to representing the voices and concerns of the CUSD students. I believe that every student voice matters, and I am here to support all students' needs and ideas. I look forward to representing our students as the student board member this school year, and thank you again to the Board of Trustees for this opportunity.
Thank you. Okay. We are now moving on to oral communications. The total time for oral communications is 20 minutes. Individual presentations are limited to a maximum of 3 per individual, but could be less with a large number of speakers. So Ms. Hayes.
We have 16 speakers, so for policy, we'll hear 1 minute each.
Perfect. Okay.
Set the timer. I'll call the first 10 people and ask you to line up. Julie Isola, Bonnie, Linda Haddock, Trudy, Stephanie, Jamie H., Barbara, Shireen, Marina, and Mary. Julie, please come forward. And if I pronounce your name wrong, I apologize. And speakers, remember, if you will just stay a little bit further back from the microphone, you don't have to lean in, and we'll hear you better. If you get too close, we'll get feedback. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, good evening, trustees. My name is Julie Isola. I'm a library media tech here with the district. I'm also a parent of a St. Colony High School student, and I have 2 actual graduates of the whole Capo USD program. So, and then I'm here tonight to urge you to opt into the Classified School Employees Summer Assistance Program. It's an important lifeline for our classified staff. The hardship of summer without a paycheck is real. I go to the same grocery stores, I pay the same utility bills, but I don't get a summer discount. I heard the retort, go get another job. The district currently has more than 80 unfilled classified positions that would qualify for this program. Other school districts that have this program are using it as a recruitment tool. People really want this program. CSAP benefits students and the district by keeping knowledgeable, qualified staff in their positions. Now is the time to let staff know that they matter. Opt into CSAP. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bonnie, and I will have to ask everyone to hold your applause so we can get through every speaker. Bonnie, please go ahead.
Good evening, board members. My name is Bonnie Byramkul. I am a 12-year CUSD classified employee and co-chair of the Classified School Employee Summer Assistance Program campaign, and I'm asking for your support for the district to opt into CSAP. This program has been extremely successful with recruitment and retainment of employees with currently nearly 400 other California school districts offering this financial assistance program to their employees. Financial fatigue is real. CSAP would alleviate the stress that is felt for less than 12-month employees. We then can return and start the new school year rejuvenated and ready to serve our students with the joy and professionalism that CUSD is known for. Vote yes on CSAP.
Our next speaker is Linda Haddock.
Hi, my name is Linda Haddock, and I'm a para 4 at ATP. I've worked for the district for about 3 years. I'm here to urge you to support CSAP. This is not a negotiation issue, as was mentioned before at another meeting. It's a decision that's up to you guys. We need your leadership. CSAP is a program that benefits our students, our employees, and our district. According to other districts that offer CSAP, like Tustin, Westminster, and Garden Grove, these are simple programs to administer and do not require significant resources from the district. The funds come from the state and only the cost is minimal payroll tax. The legislature's intention was for the districts to cover administrative costs of this program, not that the costs come out of our already low wages, which was suggested last year when we brought this up. To qualify, you have to make less than $62,000 a year and work less than 11 months. About 1,300 employees in CUSD qualify for this program and would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Our
Thank you.
next speaker is Trudy Fidowis.
Hi there. I wanted to follow up on an SC Times article that was in the paper last month entitled, "We Did It. Teen alcohol use is down and parental involvement is up." I want to thank San Clemente parent and child advocate Susan Parmalee of the Wellness and Prevention Center for all she has done to create a culture where our youth feel valued, respected, and supported. Thank you, Dr. Brown, and to Krista, Mike, Amy, Gary, and Gila for supporting tools such as the California Healthy Kids Survey and the work of Susan Parmalee. I know that all of you are committed to this good work, and I thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke. Stephanie, go ahead.
Sure. Good evening, board. My name is Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke, and I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy and Education at the LGBTQ Center of C. I'm also a former student of this district, having attended Ambula Elementary, Marco, and Capistrano Valley, where I graduated in 2005. My education as a former student is something that I do not take for granted. Looking back, I'm incredibly grateful for the educators and school staff who put our needs as students first, fostering an environment where we could learn, grow, and explore our potential. As an alum, I feel a deep sense of connection and responsibility to ensure future students have the same opportunity and have the same opportunity as I do, or I did. That they are able to learn and understand different perspectives other than their own, that they are challenged and inspired to make our community a better place for all. Schools should continue to be the centers of learning. This is what community building and even world making is all about. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jamie H. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Superintendent Brown and trustees. My name is Jamie, and I live in San Clemente. My daughter is a fourth grader at RH Dana. We are so grateful for the dual immersion program there at RH Dana that supports her ability to become fluent in Spanish, the language her extended family speaks. We had a wonderful back to school night last week, and once again, I was impressed by the professionalism and passion of her teachers. But tonight, I'm here to urge all of us as a community, as a district, to actively disrupt the disinformation being spread here at the board meetings, on the campaign trail, and on social media that our teachers are grooming and indoctrinating our kids into demonic ideologies. Our teachers work hard to create a culture of inclusion and belonging for all of our kids, a bedrock of public education. Words matter, and spreading disinformation creates a culture of constriction and fear rather than expansion, opportunity, and care, especially for our LGBTQ teachers, students, families, and their allies. They too deserve to feel safe, supported, and seen. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Barbara. Barbara, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Barbara. I'm a taxpayer and homeowner here in the district. I have two kids that attend CUSD schools. And for clarity, I am not from Sacramento. I live here and I have a vested interest in the business of this board. I wanted to communicate to this board, the trustees, that this district is doing so much good work, despite the efforts being made by some claiming that there is chaos or that our children are somehow being harmed. In our district, there is a focus on students achieving a bright future. As demonstrated at our own school, RH Dana surpassed testing scores in both English and Spanish. In our district, there's a focus on supporting teachers with great diverse books that this board is approving, which contributes to a more diverse and robust curriculum. In our district, there's cooperation and communication with parents, as exemplified by the fact that the busing issues have been
Our
resolved.
next speaker is Shireen Smith.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Shireen Smith, retired superintendent from Laguna Beach, former teacher at Marco Forster, principal at Aliso Viejo Middle School, and principal at Capo Valley High School. I'm just here to commend the schools on the wonderful back-to-school nights they had. Speaking as a former teacher and principal, I know how much work and preparation goes into getting ready for back-to-school night. From the classified staff who are making sure the school looks spick and span, to the teachers who are there prepping their classrooms and making sure they're ready to talk with parents, and the administrators, of course, who are leading the schools. So I know a lot of time, energy, and hard work went into having successful back-to-school night. So kudos to all of them, and kudos to you for your leadership.
Our next speaker is Marina Garcia.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Marina García y estoy aquí para pedir ayuda para el programa SCAP. Trabajo en la cocina. He trabajado para el distrito 19 años. Este verano pasé una situación muy difícil por el motivo de que mi esposo tuvo una cirugía y no tuve ingreso del lado de él ni mío, porque soy empleada de 9 meses y medio y yo considero este programa es muy importante para mi situación para estas situaciones como la mía, donde el dinero para las necesidades básicas no alcanza. Gracias.
As a reminder, we will now allow the additional minute for the translation. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Marina Garcia, and I'm here to ask for your support for the CSAP program. I am working for Capistrano Unified School District in the kitchen, and I have been working here for the last 19 years. This past summer, I went through a very difficult situation. My husband was hospitalized and had a surgery, so we didn't have income for those months. I am a 9.5 employee, and this program will be a huge help for people like me. So please help us so we can cover basic needs like food and bills. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary. While Mary's coming forward, I'll call the next 10 speakers. Luca, Martha, Heather, Shan, Trisha, and Emma. Next 6.
Thank you.
Mary, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Mary, and I'm a 30-year teacher in Orange County, retired. What does this school district plan to do with the multiple behavior problems that are disrupting classrooms and bringing chaos? Teachers cannot teach if they're afraid of individuals who are out of control in their environment. These policies originated, I can remember when it happened with the Obama administration, was a directive to school districts to lower suspension rates for students. Coming from experts far removed from the classroom, this actually tied the hands of actual teachers, and instead of decreasing discipline problems, the policies were and are making things a lot worse. We talked to several teachers today that are excellent teachers, that this is a real problem today, not just in Capo, but in Saddleback as well. Running a structured and well-disciplined classrooms, 90% of the teachers job without a chaos and fear ensue. The Obama administration put pressure on the schools by investigating suspensions rates and offering bonuses if they lowered their suspensions rates, which was not helpful for the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luca Klaus.
I'm not speaking on behalf of PTA. I'm speaking as a parent advocate. I have been advocating for parents and students in the district for 10 years. California Law Gov 8314 and Ed Code 7054 is clear. Public officials cannot use public district resources for personal gain or political purposes. This rule is in place to protect our community, our children, and the integrity of our schools. When these laws are broken, it's not just a violation, it is a betrayal of the very people you serve. Trustee Bolikas, by using personal information of parents for your own benefit, you have broken the trust. This is not just about breaking the rules, it's about breaking the faith of the family who depend on our schools. Our community deserves leadership that is transparent, accountable, and worthy of their confidentiality. There is only one path forward. For the good of the district, for the sake of the school, for the respect of the community, I ask you to resign immediately.
Our next speaker is Martha McNicholas.
Hello, I'm here representing the American Legion Auxiliary Unit 281. I'm here to congratulate and welcome Student Board Member Catherine Veranda. This past June, Catherine was a delegate to the American Legion Auxiliaries California Girls Day, a highly regarded experiential program in hands-on government and civic engagement, where delegates elect a fully functioning mock government from city, counties, and state. Prior to attending Girls' Day, delegates are encouraged to write a legislative bill to be discussed, debated, and voted on. Catherine's bill was Local Control Accountability Plan Transparency. So she has set the bar really high for you guys, okay? She knows what she's talking about. Of the over 400 delegates, Catherine's bill was one of only 10 that made it all the way through the legislature, passed unanimously, and was signed by the Girl State Governor. So welcome, Catherine. You're going to keep these guys in line. She knows what she's talking about.
Our next speaker is Heather Brunet.
Hi there, my name is Heather. I'm a Capo parent and a Capo graduate. I started here in kindergarten at Concordia, went to Shore Cliffs when we still called it junior high, and finished high school at San Clemente. A lot has changed since then. What may have worked in the 70s when my parents went to San Clemente, and even in the 90s when I was there, may not work now. That's not because what we're facing is a manufactured political crisis, as Mr. Parham suggested, but because the world is not in fact stagnant. I'm here every month because I deeply care about our district. At the last meeting, there were quite a few individuals that made a point to sing the praises of our district in an attempt to prove that there are no issues to address. They said that those of us that have concerns are fearmongers, manufacturing issues, and creating chaos. Let me be clear, I appreciate all the wonderful things about our district. However, two things can be true at the same time. Capo Unified can be fantastic, and Capo Unified could also have room to grow. Wanting to improve is not synonymous with manufacturing issues and/or disinformation. All parents deserve the respect and consideration, but it often seems one-sided here in this room.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shan.
Good evening. I'm also here every month, and I have spoken multiple times before and also emailed the board about the district's practice, not policy, of using an identity support document. I was able to attend last night a candidate forum where I was able to ask Mr. Parham about it, and he said that he was not familiar with the document. So I thought I would bring it and copies in for everybody so we can all be on the same page. This document, again, does not require parental consent or approval. I would really like my email answered, as I was ignored about sending this last email. I've asked 3 times to be able to put this on the agenda and have been denied twice and ignored this past time. Again, parents are still concerned, even if some parents don't believe that this is an issue. There are plenty of parents that this is of utmost concern to, including myself. We would like an explanation about how the district began to practice this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tricia. Tricia?
Tricia.
Tricia and then Emma.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Tricia.
Hi, my name is Tricia. I'm from San Clemente with 3 of my 4 kiddos at Truman Benedict and BAMS. I love our schools. I love our teachers and principals. I want to publicly and proudly thank Lisa Davis for representing not only myself, but literally thousands of other parents in our district who do not have the luxury of attending school board meetings. We parents are so thankful Lisa Davis represents the students and parents and not big government, Sacramento, and some of its controversial ideologies. There is a massive exodus of kids out of our public schools, and that is because of certain extreme ideologies slowly making their way into our district. Ask any parent who has removed their child from our local schools, and they will all say it's because of these extreme ideologies creeping their way into our curriculum. Thank you, Lisa Davis, for trying to keep education about education and keeping extremist agendas out of our schools. Thank you.
Now, Emma Lopez.
Good evening. I'm a
resident of San Clemente, but I'm here to talk about, and a voting member of this district. I'm here to talk about the California School Employees Summer Assistance Program. It has made a huge difference in the lives of many classified employees. It's a very expensive place to live here, as we all know, and having that little bit of extra money to put aside so that it can be matched by the state makes a huge difference. I'm also a CSEA labor rep for a Tustin Unified School District who is in the second year of participating in this summer assistance program. I'm happy to provide testimonials from those members who would be welcome to give you information about how much of a difference it's made in their lives. So I please ask you to participate in the program. The minimal cost to the district is a huge difference in our classified employees' lives.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you. All right, we are now moving on. I'd like to open the public hearing regarding Resolution 2425-12, determining steps to ensure availability of textbooks and instructional materials fiscal year 24-25. The time is now 7:40 p.m. Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker card for the public hearing?
There are none.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I don't know. Are the screens on?
It's not working. Like, I mean, I can see that.
It's okay. No, it has been.
I think we can go on, can we not?
Yeah. Okay, seeing none, we have no speakers, correct? Okay, seeing none. The public hearing is now closed and the time is 7:40 p.m. Okay, we are now moving on to discussion action information items. We are on 13A, Special Education Community Advisory Committee Annual Report. So at this time, I'd like to recognize Greg Merwin, Associate Superintendent of Ed and Support Services, to present the item.
Thank you so much, President Castellanos. Staff presents item 11A or 13A, Special Education Community Advisory Committee Annual Report. This is an annual informational item where the Parent Community Advisory Committee, or the CAC, reports highlights from the previous school year and calls attention to different accomplishments and activities. So before we begin, I want to thank publicly the CAC for the continued partnership. I'm very proud of the partnership that we have with our parents. When I speak with our counterparts across the county and the states, I am continuously reminded by how exceptional this relationship is. This is not the case in many districts, and we are seen as a model district, how our CAC and the district work together. So I just want to say again, I appreciate that, and I thank our CAC parents for the continued partnership and support. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent of Special Education, Mr. Clint Collins, to introduce the item and welcome our esteemed guests.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to introduce our Community Advisory Committee. The collaborative relationship between the CAC and the district plays such a key role in the support we provide our students and families and schools. Our monthly CAC check-ins also allow us the opportunity to bounce ideas off each other and discuss many topics related to special education. We work together to provide a variety of trainings and resources to families. To reiterate what Dr. Merwin had said, we actually have a lot of school districts and other CACs that ask about the positive relationships that we have collaboratively, which is a testament to the phenomenal parents that we have of our CAC. And we really enjoy just having those, not just monthly conversations, but weekly emails and phone calls, that kind of thing. It's a great relationship and we truly work together to get to the best interests of kids. So it is now my pleasure to introduce Beth Davis, our CAC chair.
Thank you. Oh, I'm short. I can't believe another school year has come and gone again. I'm excited to be here to recap another busy school year for the Special Education Community Advisory Committee, known as CAC. While this was my first year as CAC chair, I'm happy to report that we had what we at CAC consider a successful year. For the 23-24 school year, we held 6 in-person meetings plus our annual grade level transition event on Zoom. We had an average of 31 attendees at our meetings, ranging from 47 attendees at our first meeting in September to only 13 attendees in April. We also streamed those 6 meetings live on YouTube and posted the recordings for later viewing. Another one. There we go. We had an average of 25 viewers online, ranging from 4 views to 61 per meeting. Unfortunately, attendees tend to decrease as the year progresses, but I am proud that we reached a total of 108 people our first meeting, which did not include the SPED admin who attended. Our second half of every meeting, we have a guest speaker or a parent education opportunity. This year, we started the year with what we call our extended special admin report. We heard from Clint Collins, Gina Dagley, Meg Gervais, Peggy Bears, Lauren Patullo, Dr. Carrie Johnson, and Kuko Gracian. In addition to this extended admin report, we had speakers on emotional regulation, in-home support services, known as IHSS, conservatorships, and sensory regulation. We then finished the year with a review of the Local Control Accountability Plan by Dr. Michael Gomez. This year, we also brought back the parent workshop presented in collaboration with a district called O Behave. This covered basic behavior management techniques to promote positive behaviors in the home and at school. We are proud of how much education all these speakers and workshops provided for our parents. Our grade level transition event, which was held in January on Zoom, had the highest number of attendees ever with 132 total people. We held 4 different sessions all at the same time. Each session had a school administrator and parent presenter to answer questions for parents whose children are on an IEP or 504 and are transitioning this year or soon from preschool to elementary to middle school to high school, or high school to the adult transition program. We had 35 attendees in the preschool to elementary Zoom, 43 in the elementary to middle school Zoom, 40 in the middle to high school Zoom, and 14 in the high school to ATP Zoom. Spanish translation was available in all 4 Zoom sessions. Thank you to Lauren Patullo, Andrea Meissner, Michelle Stevens, and Lucy Capola for presenting this year. Sunshine Awards. Again, our biggest year ever. Thank you to Julie Cole, our Sunshine Committee Chair, and the rest of the Sunshine Committee. We held this year's Sunshine Awards at the end of March in the boardroom. We had a total of 225 nominations submitted for 173 unique people. Teachers, paras, bus drivers, and more. And 36 different schools across our district were represented. We had several amazing performances by our extra special kiddos, starting with the Star Spangled Banner being sung by Tyler Karunaratne. Sorry, I have a typo. A Sparkle Squad from San Clemente High School, 2 beautiful piano performances by Mateo Weber and Parsa Izati, and a song sung by Caitlin Clemens and Danny Lopez from our ATP program, which, if you were here, was really special. We also recognized a big kahuna, Berna Oga, a SPED teacher from Chaparral Elementary, for receiving 7 total nominations. It was almost her entire class. It was an amazing afternoon, and we hope to have an even bigger and more spectacular event again this coming March. Here are some pictures highlighting this year's Sunshine Awards. This is the Sunshine Committee, ATP coffee cart, and a few other things. These were all of our performers. These are some of our honorees and special guests. You'll see some familiar faces. Our big kahuna is up there. And more honorees and special guests. More honorees. Oh, I got an ant. And there's also the Sunshine Committee in the middle. This is the group photo of all of our honorees this year. That's it. Done with the slides. Lastly, one of the things we are most proud of with our CAC in Capo District is our collaborative relationship with Special Ed Department. Every month, we meet with Clint Collins, Laura Patullo, Meg Gervais, Carrie Johnson, Gina Dagley, Kuko Gracian, Peggy Bears, and Sonia Mosier to discuss and troubleshoot any challenges that we as a CAC see come up throughout the school year. They listen to us and often problem solve with us to resolve what we can and try to improve on in the future. Then most of them graciously attend our monthly CAC meetings, answering questions, sharing updates, and offering support to parents and our community members. This year, collaboratively with the Special Ed Department and CAC, we accomplished the following. We participated and provided mentors for Families Connected Family Mentor Program. We participated in our own South Orange County SELPA Ledge Day. We met with 3 different legislator staff from our area and shared what legislative pieces we would like to see in the future and which current ones we supported and were important to us. We are joined by a few representatives of Saddleback CAC and their SELPA director. It was a great day, and thank you to Gina Dagley for planning this day and helping it be the success it was. We made sure special ed students were selecting their electives at the same time as their gen ed peers to make sure that they had equal access to electives offered at their school sites. We discussed IEP protocols, good practices before meetings, such as receiving assessments prior to IEPs and making sure parents receive a complete copy promptly following their IEP. The special ed department then made sure all these things were added to the new handbook for staff. We discussed what reading interventions now look like in our district now that our ed specialists are trained in Art Gillingham and prepared for the new dyslexia screening and interventions. We expressed concerns over directed science and social sciences at all schools in our district and a need for consistencies in these programs. Gina Dagley has been on top of this and working to make this happen over the next few years. We improved access to inclusion in clubs and intramurals. We assured diapering protocols went out to all parents of students on IEPs. We met with Darren Gindra and expressed concerns over bullying, safety issues, and consistent reporting of incidents, especially with our more fragile population of IEP and 504 students who can't always speak up for themselves. We spread the word and collaborated on the need for more paras to be hired and a need for proper training for all our paras, including the importance of de-escalation training. We collaborated with district personnel to provide O-Behave training and an alternative augmented advice training for parents to have consistency from school settings to the home setting, increasing success for all our students. We collaborated to make an access to an IEP 504 snapshot page with accommodations and other important information that case carriers and gen ed teachers can see easily to assure they know important info on their student at a quick glance. We collaborated to make a simplified, informative one-pager of new parents with children on IEPs or 504s. This assures they have a quick access to pertinent information and not be overwhelmed with the large, lengthy amounts of info that they're first given. We work collaboratively with the district to assure all sites have the supplies they always need for students on IEPs, from sanitizers to gloves to wipes and much more, including a twice-yearly supply restock. We collaborated on the new 3-year district strategic plan. We collaborated and helped assure needs were met with the new Early Childhood Center. And we expressed concerns and collaborated with the SPED team over buses leaving our school sites with special ed students 10 to 15 minutes early every day. While this was a work in progress all year and we saw improvements at some school sites, and we hope all school sites will see the importance of ensuring all our students, including those that ride buses, get all their instructional time each and every day. As you can see, we did a lot this year. I'm so thankful for all the support from not only our entire special ed department and occasional Capo board member, but also from all our reps who attended monthly meetings and reported back to our school sites with all the important information they gather at every CAC meeting. We're thankful for all our voting members, both parents and community members, who attend each month and continue to support CAC year after year. And to our CAC board members who graciously volunteer their time and serve on CAC to make our district the best it can be for all students on IEPs and 504s. I think it was a great first year as your chairperson of CAC, and I look forward to many more years ahead with everyone on our CAC team. Thank you.
Thank you. That was lovely. Okay, Ms. Hayes, any speaker cards? We do not. Okay, trustees, any comments or discussion? Trustee Hunter.
Thank you. So since I've been on this board, the CAC, you guys have been extremely helpful to me. You're a constant resource. When I have parents, I always direct them back to their principal or whatever, but to have you as a resource and your depth of knowledge, what you can do, what you help me with, has just been so beneficial. And I can't thank you all enough. I've actually seen your organization grow even more. What you have brought to this district, your procedures, your standardization of things have been just incredible. So I did notice though, as I attend back to school PTA meetings, there are some empty positions. So if there's anything I can do to help Phil, make sure that every school has a CAC representative on their PTA. I'm happy to help when I can, but thank you so much and welcome, Beth. This is great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other trustees? This was information only, so. All right, we are now moving on to 13B, 23-24 district accomplishments. At this time, I'd like to recognize the superintendent, Dr. Chris Brown.
And I'm sorry that our screens are still not working, but this one you do have in front of you as a slideshow. So we can go through it. We're going to present some of our district accomplishments. There's of course a lot of data that still hasn't come in. We're still waiting for our CASP data to be finalized by the state. It is in preview window right now from September 17th to October 2nd, and then it will become finalized. When that happens, we will create the district accomplishments around summative end of year ELA and math data. We know preliminarily that we did well, but we need to get that final report from the state before we can share that. So today we're going to focus on a few other areas of data that highlight some of the things that have been done by staff and by students, by teachers throughout the school year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Greg Merwin to introduce the.
Thank you, Superintendent Brown. I'm going to give it a moment to get the presentation up. Okay, thank you. So it's my privilege to kick off the presentation this evening and share a few of the accomplishments from Education and Sports Services to start us off for the 23-24 school year. So next slide, please. And next slide. So where to start when highlighting these successes from last year? And so of the many successes that we enjoy from our students, teachers, classified staff, and administrators from last year, we are highlighting tonight our incredible high school students and their significant improvements in our advanced placement courses. So this is important data because it's evidence of increased student access to rigorous coursework and at the same time, improved student success in those high-level courses. Next slide. So our advanced placement courses represent a very high level of rigorous coursework. And students who pass the advanced placement tests receive credit for a college course. So since 2020, 2021, there has been a 14.3% increase in pass rates over the last 3-year span. Next slide, please. And in addition, there are positive trends to report regarding the increase in the percentage of students taking AP tests. They're on the left-hand side of that slide. The increase in the total number of tests taken, and a significant increase of 7.4% in pass rate in just the past year alone. And I do want to point out on this slide, for the second arrow, it should say 278 more tests. It's not 4, it's not an option, it's 278 more tests. That's the 2.9% increase. And you'll also note the data sources on the slides as we're presenting. Next slide, please. So Dr. Johnson, our Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, is going to continue and share additional information regarding the increase in both access and mastery of the specific high-level courses. So Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Dr. Merwin, and trustees. I apologize for the denseness of the text, but hopefully as I describe it, you will be able to pick out the key points. So for bullet 1, this lists all AP exams that increased student access by more than 10%. So this is not every AP exam offered, but all the AP exams that increased student access by 10%. That means we're increasing the pool of students actually taking these very rigorous courses and exams. And I wanted to point out under bullet 1 on line 4, you see human geography, which increased by 42%. That is a freshman level course offered at 2 of our comprehensive high schools. So we're pushing the rigorous coursework and exams into the freshman year of high school. Then on bullet 2, this is actually listing all the AP exams where the pass rate increased by more than 10%. So this means from the year prior to this, this year's data, this isn't all test exams, just the ones that increased by 10% or more. I wanted to point out Calculus BC, the most rigorous math exam taken by our students in advanced placement, increased by 10%. And then on bullet 3, this lists all the courses with pass rates over 90%. So once again, I want to bring your attention to Calculus BC, most rigorous math exam, actually has a 93% pass rate. Next slide, please. So this chart represents AP exam successfully passing the AP exam. And just as a reminder, the definition of passing an AP exam is scoring a 3, 4, or 5. So on the far left, blue, this is all AP exams given in CUSD. This isn't one student per exam, it's all exams. So one student may take multiple exams, but this represents all students. And then we also have we also display here the pass rate for students in particular groups, student groups. So the first column there at 80.6%, purple, socioeconomically disadvantaged. And then every EL, so every EL means a student who was, when at any point in their academic career, were classified as an English learner. So whether they've been reclassified or are currently an English learner, those exams would be in this green bar of 80.3%. And then finally, not finally, but next is Hispanic at 78.3%. And then the final column, which is students with disability at 72.4%. Now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Clark Hampton.
Thank you. So next slide. So moving on to business and support services, the fiscal services and technology department developed a principal dashboard and incentive program for improving attendance at all school sites last year. The dashboard helped assist principals in tracking daily attendance and monitor attendance trends. Our schools did an amazing job last year, and I commend parents in our efforts to increase student attendance. The program was a 2-year program and will be continuing it this year. Fiscal services also continued their efforts to streamline processes and maximize the use of electronic documents. In addition to updating many staff computers, the technology services department upgraded the district's central servers and storage systems and ensured we are using the most up-to-date tools to protect district and student data from cyber attacks. Technology services also updated the Chromebook one-to-one program to better manage each device and make it easier for sites to manage devices at their prospective schools. Principals will also have an easy-to-use dashboard like the attendance dashboard to track Chromebook repairs and how they're distributed to students. Next slide. The facilities department began the work on 3 major construction projects. Capo Valley High School will be getting a new stadium. This will be funded by state matching funds and redevelopment agency pass-through funds. San Clemente High School will have a gymnasium replacement funded by state matching funds as well and state seismic hardship funding. And Dana Hills High School it's in progress now, is building a new 2-story classroom building, and this too is also funded by state matching funds. Our maintenance and operations department, in addition to effectively maintaining our school sites and ensuring they are ready for our students and staff, they have received $8 million in CalShape grants to improve energy efficiency and have applied for $6 million more for future energy projects. The transportation department last year received grants from South Coast Air Quality Management District that replaced 7 diesel buses with cleaner burning CNG buses valued at $1.75 million. Next slide. The Food and Nutrition Services Department served more than 4 million meals last year and became the first district in Southern California to receive Eat Real certification. Eat Real certification means the district meets strict standards for reduced sugar, whole grains, fresh produce, healthy fats, minimal processing, sustainable sourcing of foods, responsibly sourced protein, menu variety, minimized food waste, and healthy food education. That was a great feat by Food Services Department to meet those standards. The Food and Nutrition Services Department also sources its food from local and California producers. So this is just but a little snapshot of what Business and Support Services did last year, and I'll now turn it over to Dr. Presby. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Hampton. Next slide, please. So for human resources, we really focused on two essential goals last year. Our first was to raise our fill rate for our hard to fill positions, which is 7 different positions, to 90%. We looked at this over 2 years and we were successful in 5 of the 7. My colleagues reminded me of a rounding error on the school bus driver at 89.01%. Is not 90%, although we were still proud of that accomplishment. This is a lot to do to the work of Christina Giguera, our Executive Director in Human Resource Services, and her team. And when asked, of our 20+ action items we engaged in over the past year, the top 3 that really produced the most for us to make these goals was our employee referral stipend. As a reminder, all CUSD employees who refer a new employee to one of our hard to fill positions, and that employee passes probation, will receive a $500 stipend. And after their 4th referral, they'll receive a $1,000 stipend. Management's not eligible for that, nor is our human resource staff, as that's part of our job. But every substitute teacher, certificated teacher, classified employee, school bus driver, any of our employees, substitutes, walk-on coaches, all of them are eligible for this referral stipend. And as you'll see later, that was very effective. We hosted 2 local hiring fairs this year, with our summer hiring fair being very successful, with over 50% of the attendees being hired into one of our positions. And we also looked at reducing barriers to getting hired. And through the efforts, we've made immediate interviews on site for the job fairs. We have no-cost TB screening and fingerprinting, low-cost CPR certification for the jobs that require that. And then we also really made a very efficient onboarding process by using more electronic forms versus paper. Next slide. Our second goal was we wanted to increase the number of applicants also for all of our positions by at least 10%. And this effort not only was with Christina Giguera, our Executive Director, but also our Assistant Superintendent, Laura Lyon, who oversees our certificated group, and all the work we accomplished in that is due to her leadership and her team. So looking at this, for our management positions, we did see a 15% increase in highly qualified candidates to get to the final round. For all of our certificated postings, over 80% of them saw a 10% increase, with a total of 46% more applicants last year than the previous year. And for our classified positions, the number of applicants for our hard to fill positions, those are the 7 we saw on the previous slide, increased by 30%, with our LVN, our licensed vocational nurse applications, increasing by 60%. And again, we looked at what were the top 3 efforts that led to this. First was we increased our communication with all of our CUSD employees when we post management positions. And then we updated our posting on EdJoin to look more attractive to potential applicants. Capo is a great place to work, and we really wanted to highlight all of the great things we do offer here. For our certificated job postings, we increased the length of the time they were open to ensure that they all cover at least 2 weekends. And then we updated our Capo infographic for applicants. And then for our classified positions, we launched a classified career page. We attended not only our own job fairs, but local community job fairs. We recruit at our seniors who are graduating, who are interested in working in a school district. And then we also posted positions outside of EdJoin. So those of you who are in education know almost every job hired comes through a platform called EdJoin that's run by the state or San Joaquin Department of Ed. We started using Indeed, LinkedIn, Monster, what was that? Handshake. We went everywhere we could to try to get our name out there a little more, and it resulted in these positive results. Lastly, just next slide, please. Some other accomplishments we were proud of this year, mainly our certificated filling. We had a 99.8% fill rate before the start of the school year. That is incredible for a school district, especially as you look at late resignations, late hiring, new numbers. We really worked hard to get everything filled. We negotiated 3 successful multi-year contracts with our employee groups. We also started 3 different surveys. We have an onboarding survey, We have a 60-day check-in survey for new employees. And then we also have an exit survey for employees who leave. For the onboarding survey, the most common response with 96% of the employees said they felt welcome during the hiring and onboarding process. For our 60-day check-in, most common response, 90% of the new employees stated they were enthusiastic about their position. And those who leave us voluntarily, the most common response is 88% of them who voluntarily resigned stated their managers treated them with respect and cared about their well-being. We also launched a new program called Inform K-12, which is an electronic document tracking system with over 40 new forms we're using that way. And as I mentioned earlier, our employee referral stipend led to 83 of our employees receiving a stipend. And we have 90 currently waiting for their employee they refer to pass probation so they can get their stipend as well. So again, I want to thank my team for all the hard work they did to accomplish this. And on to communications.
Good evening. Last year, we had a very collaborative work and effort with Education Services, many other departments around the district to develop and distribute the CSD Parent Partnership. You can go ahead and forward to the next slide. This was really a document to identify all of the ways through our policies and protocols that we engage parents and guardians in the health and progress of their students at school. We also focused a lot on engagement in the community, especially with the new superintendent. So we held a lot of face-to-face meetings outside of even the site visits and classroom walks that Superintendent Brown did with the team. But we hosted Coffee with Chris at 5 elementary schools, evening forums at 6 high schools, and 4 employee appreciation events. All 3 of those face-to-face engagements are happening again this school year. And finally, we hosted a number of town halls and forums on important topics, including a town hall we did on fentanyl, the epidemic with Sheriff Don Barnes, Hogue psychiatrist Dr. Sina Safaya, and our superintendent. And with that, we are open for questions.
Okay, Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards on this end? We do not. Okay, trustees discussion. Trustee Hanachek.
Thank you. Really dazzling presentation. We have always been a high-performing school district, but seeing the data broken out this way, I don't know if I've never seen it this way, where I can see the disadvantaged students, how they're performing. This is super helpful, and I actually think we're exceeding our own history with how our kids, they're on go time. It's really incredible. Clark, I had just a brief question. I've got questions about the gym. And as I recall, it was not only the matching funds off the solar projects, but the seismic funds. Was there a little RDA pass-through funds too?
I don't think in the San Clemente project there was.
Really? I thought you said yeah, see?
Yeah, there was a small amount.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, a small amount. So it's
Yeah.
really a hybrid of 3, composite of 3 things that put together in order to make that happen. Okay, that's excellent. And other than that, I have listened to our food presentation. Was the coffee chat at the San Juan Coffee Chat, and it is amazing. This is not what our food used to be. Her outsourcing, her fresh produce, as you already commented, composting, any extra food goes to FAM and other organizations. It's really its own little extremely professionally done business. Not little, it's big. So I really, really appreciate that. I guess if my kids were back in school, I guess I'd let them buy lunch finally after that. So thank you very much. That was really great. Thank you.
I just want to take the moment also to kind of stress on the budget. If you pay attention to Ed News at all, right, like the state is in a fiscal downturn at the moment, and that's affecting school district budgets, especially school districts like ours, who are one of the lowest funded in the state and the second lowest funded in the county. And so the fact that we are able to kind of weather this more gently than some of our colleagues are is really a testament to the work that Clark and the business services team have done over the past few years. And when you look at the things we can build without really having a source of capital funds, but the fact that we've been able to do matching on top of matching and making the state match what they already matched, you know, in fully transparent ways, but it's gotten us facilities that we wouldn't have otherwise gotten, right? And so they've been very creative and have been thinking outside the box on how to make that happen so that we can get a new gym at San Clemente, so that we can get a building at Dana Hills, when we don't actually have any funding for capital improvement, right? So the state does not fund school districts for capital improvement projects, right? They're funded for operations only. So just kudos to the team for doing those. I don't think that people realize they think that we're a huge entity and we just have a lot of money, and we are a huge entity, but we do not have a lot of money compared to some of our sister school districts. And so they've done a good job.
And on that note, I should have mentioned too, going after the grant money the way you're doing, I think this has really exceeded what we have done in the past as well. So I really, really appreciate that, going after it and getting it. So that's amazing. Thank you.
Trustee Jones?
So, let's see. So, this is a school district that is run by human beings. That may be surprising to some people. And whenever you have an organization, a human-run entity, there are going to be strengths and weaknesses. And I do appreciate some of the commenters tonight saying that the district is not perfect. No, it is not perfect. It is run by human beings. We do always have room for growth. There are always things we could be doing better. And I don't think anyone here would deny that. But I do want to mention some of the things that came up tonight. The Capo Valley Stadium, and I wanted to thank Mr. Forney and his team for listening to the concerns of the public on that, because I think we've gotten a much better design than what was originally contemplated. And I know that the staff at Capo Valley is very happy with that. And so I appreciate the thought that was put into that. The hiring hard to fill positions, I mean, wow, this is so great that so much innovation, I think, has happened in HR this last year or two. And I mean, seriously, you guys, it's amazing to me. I wanted to comment also, I maybe should have done this when I was making trustee comments, but it's relevant here about the bus pass discussion that came up at the last board meeting. The people who attended, that problem got primarily resolved before the board meeting. They didn't know it was resolved. They were encouraged to come anyway. This is a population that doesn't speak at board meetings very often, and I think we were all happy to have them here. But Dr. Gomez and I, and Dr. Brown and I have been working on this for, I don't know, 6 months or so, when we became aware of this problem and the disconnect and the difficulty people were having getting bus passes. The state of California does not pay for buses. We're required to bus what is called homeless students. They're not always literally homeless. Sometimes they're doubled up. They're living with another family or with parents or whatever. I mean, grandparents, and certain special ed students. So those are the only students in general that we bus. But a lot of the double up homeless students have had difficulty getting bus passes. And again, what Dr. Gomez has done with very much the encouragement of Dr. Brown has been fabulous. That I don't think it is totally resolved, but now the bus pass application process is online. You used to have to go into the transportation office, which I think for a lot of low-income families, originally that was a better way because they didn't have computers. Now they do. So that's really huge for a lot of those families. But I also want to talk about the AP pass rate. The pass rate is going up with more students taking tests. And I think what's also really interesting is the different student groups. One can expect that students with disabilities, students who have been ELs are going to do not as well in general. But, you know, our students, almost all our students do as well nearly as well on average as the overall students do. And I think that is just an amazing thing and a testament to the kind of quality education that everyone has access to in this district. So I just want to thank you all, and an excellent presentation. And I think we're really going in the right direction. We always have room to improve. Thanks a lot.
Trustee Parham?
I want to touch on a couple of things, and I think Gila just highlighted one point about the AP exams. This talks about the total number of exams. Do you have a breakout of how many individuals take at least one AP course? Could you break that out by freshman through senior? I mean, if you don't have it now, that's fine.
We can absolutely get that. I don't know if we have it right now. We can absolutely share that with you.
Okay.
I have it on a spreadsheet on my laptop. It'd take me about 20 minutes to pivot it out for you, but yes, we can get that for you.
Yeah, because I'd just like to see what the penetration rate is like within each class. You know, and I don't know if it's 10% or 20% or what that number is. That'd be helpful. Next question relates to Chromebook repairs. And I know that's a daunting task. And I know that we centralized that this past year. But I get the sense that a lot of the work could be done at the local school site. And I want you to maybe touch on that. Is it efficient to centralize all the work on the Chromebooks? Or is it working better than?
Yeah, so a number of years ago, it was the techs would drive to the sites to repair the Chromebooks. And we realized rather than having them spend time in the vehicles, the Chromebooks are transported to the school through the inter-district mail. And so it's kind of like that.
How quick a turnaround is that though? Are they out of?
They usually get,
they get a
they'll
loaner?
get a replacement Chromebook, and I'll have Stephanie correct me if I'm wrong. They get the replacement Chromebooks right away, and then the repairs go back into the.
Right. So all of our Chromebooks at the high schools are repaired on site. And we have a tech at each site, and so those Chromebooks stay at each high school. The ones from K through 8 come to the district office where we have a group of techs that fix those. And it's usually, depending on the repair, it takes about 3 to 5 days to get it back into circulation. But Clark is correct that if a student does turn in a broken Chromebook, we do at every library in the district, we have a central inventory that they receive another one in return.
Aren't there a lot of situations that are very minor that historically the library tech would just handle it?
Library media techs are
Yeah.
not to troubleshoot Chromebooks.
They do not troubleshoot?
No, they do not.
Okay, and then that's a good policy?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to understand, yeah, okay, it's a negotiated policy, say no more, got it. Okay, we can discuss that another time. Moving on to other issues, facilities. I think it'd be worth mentioning the work done by the committee to evaluate surplus properties this past year. You know, I know that there's a lot more to come with that, and I think it'd be helpful for the community to just kind of hear what work was done kind of leading into this next 12 months and 24 months, what we'll be looking at.
Yeah, which one? Okay.
So there was work done around one of our properties, and that will be coming before the board in the next few months, the property on Los Ramblas. So that work is done, and then the board will be faced with the option of declaring that property surplus. Once it is declared surplus, then we talk about, so what do we do with it, right? Is it a lease out type option like we did with the property at Dana Point? Do we try to develop it ourselves? Do we build something there? There's a lot of options. The other work that's been done this year was really the district advisory committee work around not surplus properties, but sort of schools in general that are getting very small, looking at school capacity studies, right? So the other thing that will be presented to the board late winter, early spring is a series of options basically to look at how do we maximize the use of our current facilities in the most efficient manner possible, as well as having school sizes that are the most conducive to student learning and the most appropriately scaled given the size of the facilities. You know, it is about 97% of the districts in the state of California are experiencing declining enrollment due to low birth rates. So the birth rate in our local area is about 3,200 kids a year. It used to be about 5,700 kids a year. So that's a lot fewer kindergartners being born. And so a lot of districts are looking at the same situation where you've got elementary schools that were built for 400, 500, 600 kids, and then they're having 200, 300 kids. And so how do you manage that? So the team is looking at a bunch of options that we would have for that, and then we'll bring those to the board in the winter or spring.
Great. And then lastly, I do want to call out the HR effort that was done. It was fabulous results this year during a very tough year. That's great. The problem is it's going to get harder to maintain that. as, you know, rates drop today, 0.5 point, jobs will be growing elsewhere. People will be attracted to jobs outside this area. And so it's going to be hard to continue with that great progress. And I don't mean to be Mr. Negative, but I think we have to look at other solutions to keep where we're at and to continue to fill our positions. So that's where fringe ideas, fringe benefit type opportunities come up, like, you know, CSIP was mentioned. I think we have to look at a lot of possibilities to retain our employees, because during this next kind of shift in the economy, that's going to be a factor. But fantastic work this past year on that. Thank you.
Okay, other trustees? No? I just have, trustee Bolkus.
I'm just going to dovetail on, we've had a lot of great results, but I too was bowled over with human resources. And I think I always talk about in-house talent, and the fact that you did the incentive program for happy employees that are among us. They're the best advocates out there in the community to tell people about our jobs and our positions that are available, and all the different ways. And you're really looking at human resources in terms of what are the top things where, you know, our goals, and then did we achieve them, and how did we achieve them? Really, really impressive. So I really want to thank you on that. And I've got one curious question. Clark, your first image on business, I don't recognize that school. Is that like a drawing of Randa, or what is that? Is that a surprise school we don't know about?
It's the rendering for Randa.
Okay. I figured that's what it has to be. That's the
Yeah.
first time I've seen that.
Stay tuned.
Oh, and lastly, I had taken a point to, in terms of our food service and our kitchen, our teachers, our schools, our principals get so much information coming at them. But in looking at listserv, or what it's called today, each of my elementary schools that send out messages to their parents, the calendar that they send out from the kitchen and the colorful ideas about what you could do in the classroom to further teach about recycling and healthy meals and all, in quite a few of my schools, it had been overlooked just because there's so much. And when I pointed it out, they're like, oh, wow, we could do some of these things. It's really great. So it's not just even in the cooking, but it's our kitchen is trying to educate our staff and our teachers to educate our students. I just really appreciate that extra wonderful, colorful way of trying to get that taught and shared in the classrooms. So thank you for all the hard work. Great presentation. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to take a moment to say amazing presentation, and we do a lot of amazing things in this district. And being a district so large has pros and cons, right? Huge opportunities for students, but yet we have a lot of responsibility to then lead. And I think this all boils down to great leadership from the superintendent, and then that filters down. I work every day as a teacher in another school district, and it doesn't always feel like this. So the work that you do here is amazing, and I see it every day in the classrooms down here. And I wish other districts could see this, but your leadership here, you're doing amazing things, and it's benefiting students. And at the end of the day, that's why we're all here. And I appreciate the work that you do. So thank you.
President Costa.
Yes, Trustee Davis.
So I'd like to add on a little to what some of that we've said, and great work in so many ways for sure. And the Capo Valley Stadium, incredible. The Janie Hills High School 2-story building, and of course, San Clemente High School's gym. Our San Clemente High School families are so excited. I just had one other question. Did we offer more AP classes over the last 3 years?
Would you say that we've been offering more?
I think so.
Yes, we've added AP courses, absolutely.
One of the things we also looked at, Trustee Davis, though, is in some of our AP courses, some of our high rigor AP courses, what we saw was an expansion of students taking the course and pass rate. And that's really what got me excited about the work that our teachers did this year. So in courses like Physics C, right, which is not a new course for us to add, you had more students opting to take that course. And then you had more students passing. And in other districts that have done AP expansion, some have gotten results like that, but most have gotten increased access, but not necessarily increased access and success, right? And so our teachers really did a great job taking students that might not normally have gotten or chosen to take an AP course, and they took it and they successfully passed it. And so I think that's one of the things we want to show. So yes, we've expanded our AP offerings, and we're going to continue to expand like dual enrollment offerings because we want to give our students as many opportunities as possible to experience college level rigor while they're still with us, and we can provide support for them and give them all the things they need to be successful at college level rigor. But we also want to encourage students who've been like, oh, I can't take AP Calculus. Yeah, you can. Go ahead and let's get you in there. We'll give you the support and we'll get you through that class.
And then as far as human geography, how long have we had that available? Is this our third year?
And what? I think before that.
How long?
Before me, so I can't answer that.
So I think 3 to 4 years, but I can double
Yeah.
check and get that information to you in board update for sure.
Right, and that's just for freshmen? Or can anyone else take it as well? I remember when we started offering that, it was for freshmen to give them an opportunity to start an AP class that's
Yeah.
a little less rigorous.
Yeah, human geography typically is offered for freshmen, so the 2 schools that are chosen to implement it are offering it to freshmen.
And what are our 2 schools that have it?
Aliso Niguel and Tesoro.
And one of the reasons it's offered for freshmen is because it fills the social sciences spot that is filled by other courses that are required for them to take when they become sophomores, juniors, seniors. So they have opportunities to take, AP Euro as a sophomore, AP US History as a junior, and then AP Government Economics as a senior that would kind of fit in that spot. So it'd be really challenging for an upperclassman to find a spot to take AP Human Geography, or I think I was visiting the Aliso Niguel one yesterday, and they were calling it AP Hug. So really feeling supportive of their human geography, of their students.
Thank you.
Okay, this was information only. So we are now moving on to 13C, resolution number 2425-10, approving pre-qualification documents for Rienda K-8 School Public Works Construction Project. Okay, at this time, can I have a motion to adopt resolution number 2425-10, approving pre-qualification documents for Rienda K-8 School Public Works Construction Project?
Moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Parham, seconded by trustee Jones. At this time, I'd like to recognize Clark Hampton, Deputy Superintendent of Business and Support Services.
Thank you, President Castellanos. So this is in preparation for the construction of Rienda TK8 school. It'll take me a while to get used to saying TK8. This is to pre-qualify any general contractors who bid on the work. They have to meet a certain minimum standard. And so that helps ensure that the district receives a top quality general contractor on the job.
Okay, Ms. Hayes, any speaker cards?
We have one speaker this evening on this item, Lisa Zollinger.
Okay.
Thank you. I am Lisa Zollinger. I'm a parent of 5 children, 2 CUSD grads and 3 that are currently in CUSD. I've lived in Ladera Ranch for 20 years. And over the last 6 months, Ladera Ranch has a lot of crossover with Rancho Mission Viejo. And I've been able to really talk with a lot of families in Rancho Mission Viejo about some of the things that they love about the district, some of their concerns. And without fail, every time they bring up the Rienda school, they're concerned that it's taking a long time to build out the school. I realize there's a lot to this, but I've asked some questions to people that haven't been able to get answered, so I thought I would bring it here. Rancho Mission Viejo has a Sensia school, as we know, and it's the complaint is that it's overcrowded to the point where it's no longer safe. I talked to 3 families who have pulled their kids out, just feeling like it's not safe, and they've told me there's many others as well. I don't want to lose any more families, so I'm curious to know, and they will ask me, what do you know about the progress? And I'm having a hard time finding progress. I'm so grateful you're voting on this tonight, though. I think it's a really important issue, and I want the families to know that we're working towards this. But I have questions about the communication between the district and the builders and the developers. I have questions about what the communication is between the developers and the district. I'm in real estate, and a couple of weeks ago, I received an email announcing 3 new neighborhoods in Rienda. Rienda is the part of Rancho Mission Viejo that's being developed. It's also the name of the school. And the 3 new neighborhoods have homes up to 4,000 square feet. And this differs from the rest of Rancho Mission Viejo, or I'm sorry, of Esencia, or I'm getting everything mixed up, of Rienda. Rienda has been a smaller type home. They've been maxed out at about 2,200 square feet. And now they're getting some 3 neighborhoods that open up this spring with larger homes. So this problem is only going to increase, and it has me really concerned about some of these families who say that as it is, they've lost their basketball courts and a lot of their space to play. And that's one of the concerns that some of the parents have, in addition to the safety issue I already mentioned. So I wonder what the communication is, because I think about the developers, and developers have money at the bottom line. And if these parents are complaining publicly and talking about how the school is overcrowded, this is terrible, it's a safety issue, maybe that would motivate the developer to maybe up the progress, and I would hope it would. I just want to encourage the district to just communicate with these families. A lot of them feel unheard. I'm sure the information is there. I just didn't know where to find it, and I know they don't know where to find it. So if we could get some transparency here. I know Mr. Parham said that he wasn't on the board when the contracts were signed, and I totally get that. But what are we doing to expedite this problem now? Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, trustees?
Where are we at on communicating with the families there? Are we holding forums? Are we, how,
We have one scheduled for the end of October where I will go out.
end of October?
And we can put more information out as well, right? As we get it, now that we're having some progress moving and we get hopefully possession of the land.
I think
Midwinter.
there's some specifics that Clark can probably mention about grading and the timing of some of these things over the next few months.
Well, so we're on track right now, based on our discussions with the developer, to receive the property fully graded in February, say February of 25. And then once we have ownership of the property, then we could start we have the documents are already DSA approved. We would go out to bid once we have the funding from the developer, and through the funding that's coming from the developer and a Melrose district that is, the County of Orange is the lead agency. So the funding sources will be that CFD and the developer, and then eventually state matching fund if the bond passes in November. So that'll be roughly 50% state, 50% Melrose developers. And so the construction phase, we expect to be opening to the school in August of 2027. Because it'll take that long to build the school. And the property will just have existed. It's just, I think.
And that would be opening the full TK through 5?
TK5. It'll open similar to the way Esencia opened. It'll open a TK5 and then matriculate up the next 3 years to a full TK8.
Like I said, we are going out to the Esencia community in October. We'll have timelines, we'll have everything we can talk to them about and answer as many questions as we possibly can.
It's October 25th, is that right?
I believe the date's October 25th.
At Esencia, or at?
Yes.
Can I clarify, this happens all the time when we have something new, right? A new community, it's usually younger families. And this is the same story that happened in Talega, in Ladera, and then here. I just want to confirm, is Esencia also a school of choice receiver?
I do not believe it is right now.
It's
No,
closed.
Okay.
it is not. It's
So we
closed.
do want to make sure that,
Yeah.
I would love to, have my kids there. So we want to make sure that that door is closed. Of course, Essentia families we have school of choice and language immersion and Mandarin immersion and IB schools, so they can go where else, anywhere else. Okay, I just want to double check on the policy.
Trustee Bolkus?
Do we get updates from the construction? Wasn't there layers in terms of their production on construction and the number of homes they've sold that gets us to the next level?
Yes.
So whatever those original projections are, do we get updates in terms of they're on track, they're behind, actually they're ahead? Anything that would guide us on
Yes.
timing?
Yeah, the mitigation agreement calls out for development, the home development, and then we track student generation and actual student generation rate. We share that with the ranch. The ranch shares with us what homes are going to be coming online in the future. And the opening of Rienda is similar to the way Essentia, it's timed based on a projected over enrollment at Essentia from Rienda. Essentia was based on a projected over enrollment at Ambule and it was hypothetical because the students were going to another school in Los Flores. But based on, and so when you look out into the future, the timing for this was 2027.
So that's how it was planned.
Right.
Have we deviated from that because we've got different numbers, whether our numbers of students
No.
enrollment is higher, lower, or their build out is any
No,
different?
it's about on track because it's
It's on
based on the
track.
development at Rienda. So it's the number of students being generated out of Rienda over time. So if the ranch slowed down production, then our projections in the future would be fewer. If they said, well, now we're going to ramp up production, the projections go up. And so, but as you get closer and closer to the timeline, it becomes more certain as to when that time will come when you're going to be overrolled by a certain amount that you open Rienda.
And curiously, the speaker, Lisa Zonlinger, who brought forward, if the original plan was in the 2,000 range of square footage, and then they've changed it because they see what's going on in the area to 4,000, does that indicate in terms of larger families?
I would have to
expected
look
that
at I'd have to refresh my memory on their plans because I know that the communities like with Sendero, planning area 1 was Sendero, and then Essentia was 2. Sendero was designed to be more 55 plus housing, a little more density across the street. There was an apartment complex, and then the homes got bigger as they built more. And it could be the same case with Rienda, where they started off with 2,000 square foot homes, and then now they're on to the next phase, which was always planned to be 4,000 square foot homes. I'd have to look at that again.
Okay, well, this type of information will really be appreciated from those parents when you do the meeting later in October, so they can better understand it. Thank you.
And to add on to that, being that Essentia is so overcrowded and we see that they're building homes that are larger, and to Trustee Bolkus's point, larger families, are we negotiating with them to have more classrooms built rather than adding our portables almost the second we build a
Well,
school?
the negotiation is between Essentia and Rienda, the negotiation was to build Essentia, then have Essentia absorb through portables from Rienda for a time till you hit a certain threshold, and it would trigger the construction of Rienda. So that is what that was negotiated to.
Correct. But my wonder is why can't we negotiate to have more classrooms to begin with? Because our portables never go away, ever. So why are we not better? I mean, Las Palmas is what, 29, 27 portables?
Exception. I know a lot of schools
But
where
it is
portables
an
have gone away.
exception, but we do not have schools where we do not have portables that are overused, and almost immediately when we have a
That is
school
not
built.
true.
When we have a school built, we're almost always in portables. I mean, the ones that we built in the last 15 years, they all have portables, and they were all very full, just the same as Essentia.
So there's sort of two things, 3 other factors that we have to consider. So one is long-term projections, right? And so one of the things we'll talk about through the DAC, if we remember, we did a capacity study. So we have some schools that are using portables, but they're accepting school of choice. So they're actually built for their community. And then we have other schools that aren't even using all of their regular classrooms because their community is choosing to school of choice into another area. So part of it is looking at school of choice and program offerings, so to see if we can start to balance some of those things to allow us to get rid of portables, because the reality is we're actually no longer at the size where we have to have portables everywhere. So that's one item we have to look at and we will consider in the fall. The other item is one of the things that happened when Ascensia was built, or didn't happen when Ascensia was built, that is happening now, as I'm discovering, is the state went to universal TK. So TK was not in the plan. It wasn't something you had to offer. So you've now taken an entirely new grade level of students into the schools that you weren't going to take into the schools. Those kids were not coming to schools. And so that made the schools get a little bigger, a little faster than I think was expected. So that's the other part. And then during COVID, we did class size reduction. So what would have taken 20 classrooms now took 25 classrooms. Class size reduction, the COVID funds are going away. So the actual number of classrooms used for the same number of students will be fewer again, because we're going back to where we were pre-COVID in terms of class size. So when you had TK come on board and class size reduction come on board, suddenly what would have been plenty of classrooms wasn't plenty of classrooms. And so the TK problem, we don't have a quick solution to, and that's something we'll have to work on, but the class size reduction we do. And then that's something we'll look at as we move forward. The other part is it takes years to get these things going. So we're talking about stuff that was done and designed years and years and years ago, but we haven't even taken possession of the land, right? So we can't build on something we don't even own. It's not
Right.
ours yet at this point.
So just speaking on Ascensia, it is overcrowded and we will hope that this will alleviate some of that overcrowding, right? But that's 2.5 years down the road. That's halfway through someone's elementary experience.
Yeah, and so we're going to look at what outside the box solutions we can, but ultimately I can't tell an Ascensia parent, you don't get to go to Ascensia,
Of
right?
course.
So
Of
that's the
course.
kind of thing we're going to have to work on, right?
Totally.
Is what offerings can we make? Do they want to go somewhere else? Can we make that happen? And so that's part of the reason we did the capacity study, was to go, where do we have over enrollment? Las Palmas is another good example, right? The dual immersion program at Las Palmas is wildly popular, which is good. It's a fabulous problem to have. But it's far too many students for the actual size that school was built for, right? And they all want to go there and they want to be the program. So do we think about offering programs like that at some of our schools that don't have that, and to help alleviate that and to help create more options for parents where they don't have to take their kid all the way across the community, but rather their neighborhood school might have a similar program. So those are the things we'll be bringing to the board as we go through this in the fall and winter.
Yes, and I look forward to those discussions. Thank you.
Dr. Brown, did you, if I remember correctly, say that, for example, at Ascensia, with us having to add in TK, that was like 5 or 6 classrooms that then were taken
I'm
up?
gonna have to look, but it is about 5 classrooms, I think, at TK. Yeah, it's like 5 or 6 classrooms. It's an entire grade level, and Ascensia is an interesting area for us.
4
because it's got
TK classes at Ascensia.
14 Ks, right? So
4, so that's 2 classrooms. So there's early birds and late birds in each of the
TK.
classes. For TK,
TK.
yes.
It's when you add that plus the reduced class size expands it a lot. I believe, and I don't know the number. I know last year there was only like 60 Rienda kids or something, maybe less than 60 Rienda kids. I don't know what the number is this year. We won't have the census data.
The class sizes?
No, the number of Rienda students at Ascensia right now. Do you know?
Oh, I'd have to.
It was 60 last year, so it's not like there's hundreds yet. But
60,
we're
I'm
coming.
sorry, 60 what?
Students from Rienda,
At Ascensia.
Ascensia, like there are 60 school-age kids in Rienda.
But I think we do kind of all admit that Ascensia is experiencing a bit of a perfect storm.
Yes.
And so any kind of mitigating support you can provide, whether it's an extra AP or crossing guards or traffic support, the next 2.5 years is going to be difficult. And I think we need to do something to alleviate the issue at Ascensia. So, thanks.
And how many? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, just last question. For clarification, once Rienda will open, are the 6 portables at Ascensia leaving, or we're still projected that we think we'll need them? That we've added?
Yeah, I don't know that I have that projection
And
yet,
are
that
there
far out.
6? Is that the number of portables at Ascensia? 6 portables?
No, there's like 16.
Yeah, it's way more than 6.
It's way too.
Yeah, I thought it was.
It's not quite as many as Las Palmas, but it's a lot.
And that's a new school. So that's back to that point that I'm hoping that we're negotiating more
Mr. Forney is
classrooms
trying to give
as
numbers
we're
over
building.
here.
Real classrooms, not portables, to start a brand new school.
What just strikes me real quick is what an incredible problem to have. Overcrowded schools, because they're so amazing. Las Palmas is incredible. And I've been out to Ascensia to have a new a new school, new excited families. It was, it was pretty inspiring. So I'm sure we will come to mitigate it, but wow, pretty amazing that our schools are so well loved and what a great community. So,
Trustee Jones.
place.
So I don't remember chapter and verse about the mitigation agreement, but I was around when this happened. And what I recall is that the ranch said, we will not give you, we don't get any money to build schools from the state. So it has to come from somewhere in the community. And the ranch said, we will provide the money for this when basically Essentia is overcrowded by this percentage. And that's the situation. So this is all planned and it's not a great thing, but when you're dealing with some other entity that is going to provide the money for the schools that you can't control, this is what happens. I mean, am I remembering this correctly, Mr.
Correct,
Hampton?
yes.
Okay. So we knew this was going to happen. And matter of fact, soon after Mr. Parham was elected, he and I went to Rancho Mission Viejo to talk about this, and he was very alarmed about this at the time, and said, there's going to be, a lot of portables there with this arrangement, and they're like, yeah, but we gotta make a living, and so he's been bringing this up from the beginning, and it's just one of these things. Now, we do have bubbles in our schools. And many of our schools that are practically empty now, 10 years ago, were bursting at the seams. 20 years ago, certainly were bursting at the seams. And bubbles do move through an area. I know the neighborhood I live in, when we moved in, there was like nothing but little kids there. And now there's hardly any little kids, school-age kids. So this will happen in these neighborhoods as well. It's just the nature of how people decide to buy homes and things like that. So it's unpleasant, but it was expected, and it is not what we wanted, but it was what we were able to get Rancho Mission Viejo to agree to.
Yeah, I think the crowding felt worse because of TK and class size reduction though. So
Okay,
you suddenly
yes.
lose a bunch of classrooms that
Yes.
you were not predicted to
But
lose.
Yes.
But
The
it happened
portables will
this way,
stay
it's
at
happened across-
Essentia.
And that wasn't when we had extra money and extra schools and extra room. That it's happened where we have portables at all of these schools. And by the way, we have parents that we're parents for one time. So when your child the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
That you're in elementary school, that's great 30 years down the road, but that doesn't matter. That's going to be your
I understand.
grandkids that it affects.
I understand.
So we have to also make sure that we're navigating for our
Yes.
current families.
Absolutely, but we can't, they won't let us print money. And so we're not able to, the money just isn't there until the ranch, we meet these, I forget what to call them, these metrics that the ranch set up. And the portables will stay at Essentia until that bubble goes away. But the portables were, you know what, we have a lot of schools that have no portables at all. We also have schools where there are portables, but they're not used as classrooms. I can name probably 6 schools off the top of my head where that's the case. So they are not all there forever. But bubbles move through, and eventually the bubble will move through Essentia and those portables will go away. But it'll probably be, 15, 20 years before that happens.
Okay, trustees, I'm going to call the vote. Ms. Hayes, you call the roll.
Board Member Veranda.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye, motion carries 7-0 by roll call vote with a preferential vote of aye from Student Board Member Verando. Okay, we're now moving on to resolution number 2425-11, approving the repair of solar array panels at Dana Hills High School. Okay, I need a motion to adopt 2425-11, approving the repair of solar array panels at Dana Hills High School by CAMS Renewable Services, LLC, and delegation of authority to take related actions. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Hanachek, seconded by trustee Parham. And at this time, I'd like to recognize Deputy Superintendent Clark Hampton.
Thank you, President Castellanos. So the history on this item is a sports team was coming to Dana Hills High School to play a game, and their charter bus hit one of the solar panels. And so the charter bus company's insurance company is covering the repairs 100%. But the school district is managing the work to be done because to maintain our warranty on the solar panels, we have to use our maintenance company, which is CAMS. And so that's the history of this item. So.
Okay, any discussion? Oh, do we have a speaker card? Sorry. No discussion? Trustees? No? Okay, Ms. Hayes, please call.
Student Board Member Verando.
Aye.
Trustee Willikus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye, motion carries 7-0 by roll call vote, with the preferential vote of aye from Student Board Member Verando. Okay. 13E, first reading, Board Policy 6158, Independent Study. May I motion to approve Board Policy 6158, Independent Study on a first read and waive the second? Okay.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Hanachek, seconded by Trustee Parham. At this time, I'd like to recognize Greg Merwin, Associate Superintendent of Ed and Sport Services.
Thank you, President Castellanos. Staff presents item 13E, first reading board policy 6158, independent study. This may look familiar because this is our second time bringing the policy forward for your consideration because a recommendation from our auditors came after the August board meeting to include very specific language regarding the repeal of the 3-day requirement for independent study. So for that reason, we're bringing this forward again. Dr. Johnson and I are available for questions. Staff recommends approval.
So just to be clear, the only change is it used to say there was a 3-day requirement. The law has changed to make that a 1-day requirement. So auditors suggested that our policy match law. Technically, I mean, it was, a small change from a 3 to a 1, but because it's a substantive change to the policy, we have to bring it before you. So even though you just approved it in August, you're now reconsidering it. But the only difference is even a kid who's gone for 1 day can be eligible for independent study.
Okay, any speaker cards? No.
I just
Okay,
have a quick comment.
discussion?
This Brittany Casey, Principal Casey went over this in our Dana Hills High School PTA meeting, and she did a really good job at, encouraging and getting this word out about this so that our students, she was saying that it's pretty understood, in the high school area, but maybe elementary might be a little bit more challenging. So it'll be great to get this, once we pass it, get this information out and then have parents just automatically start to exercise this would be great.
Yeah, and I would share too, we spoke with all of the principals this week,
That's great.
explaining this to them. And we are working on some ways to really organize information for them, so it's very clear.
And because it helps our ADA, right? Yeah,
Absolutely it
yeah,
does.
that's great. So hopefully it becomes part and parcel of our CUSD culture. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hayes, will you call the roll?
Aye.
Trustee Willikus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis is absent. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye, motion carries 601 by a roll call vote.
So it needs to be
Yep,
unanimous.
it had to be unanimous. Yep. Trustee Davis is off the dice. Yep. 601 by a roll call vote with Student Board Member Brando casting a preferential vote of aye. Okay, we're now moving on to consent calendar. Please note Board Policy 9323, in accordance with the law, the public has a right to comment on any consent item. At the request of any member of the board, any item on the consent agenda shall be removed and given individual consideration. Each speaker is allotted between 1 and 3 minutes, depending on the number of speakers we have tonight. No speakers on consent. Okay, well, any trustees, any items that you'd wish to pull tonight? Okay, all right, so then I need a motion to approve consent calendar 15A through 18B. Okay. Okay, moved by Trustee Hanachek, seconded by Trustee Parham, and we need a roll call.
Student Board Member Verando.
Aye.
Trustee Willikus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. All right, by a roll call vote to approve consent calendar. with Student Board Member Verando casting a preferential vote to approve. There being no further business before the board, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Hold on one second.
Yes, go ahead, trustee Jones.
We could revote on that one thing where trustee Davis stepped away so that we could do a unanimous and put it on consent next time.
Doesn't even, it doesn't.
Oh, it wouldn't even be on.
It's not coming. Yeah, we're okay.
Judy's right.
No, this is correct. Yeah, so we would do a revote so that it would be unanimous. Then it does not have to come back for consent.
Oh, got it. Okay,
Let's-
okay, okay. We can just do a voice vote. All those. All right.
This is the independent study one.
Yes, yes.
Absolutely.
All right,
So can you call names again?
yes. Actually, we could just do it by voice vote if it's unanimous. So all those in favor of the independent study, aye. Any opposed? Okay. Voice vote carries 7-0.
Could I just make one, I would have pulled 17 S&T only to, I just wanted to highlight Heidi Crowley, who's been with us for 32 years and is retiring. And Michelle Kleinston was with us for 25 years. I know we ended our board meeting in August in her honor. And Edgar Sangling, who's been with us for 35 years. And Heidi Tyler, who's been with us for 24 years. So I just would like to highlight and show appreciation for those employees that have been with us for so long. Thank you.
Okay, I think I had a motion to adjourn from trustee Hanachek, but I don't know if I heard a second.
I will second if.
Okay,
Seconded.
okay, seconded by trustee Jones. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 7-0 to adjourn the meeting with a preferential vote of aye from student board member Brando. The time is now 9 o'clock.